All right, we are going to start this hearing by, I'm going to read a letter from the governor to the Governor's Council dated March 4th, 2026, Executive Council. Dear councilors, I am pleased to nominate Mary M. Ferriter to the position of Associate Justice of the Probate and Family Court. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Sincerely, Maura T. Healy. That's pretty cool, huh? You have a copy of it? You do now. So I'm just gonna yell at me because you have to print another one out and put it on here. All right, I'm gonna start by introducing the councils that are currently present. The other ones will be filtering in shortly. We have Councilor Ziegler, Councilor Jacobs, Councilor Dolan, and Councilor Civil. Good morning. And I'm Terrence Kennedy. I'll be chairing the hearing for those of you who don't know me. Why don't you introduce who you brought with you?
So with me today, unfortunately, my family of origin is not able to be here. They're across the country. So
I'm sure they're watching.
I am sure they will.
Dave.
But here is my work family. So it's Nancy Nadell is my former assistant, and Susan Jacobs, who is the wife of Norman Jacobs, my personal savior here, who has come up from Florida to be here to testify. Dr. Robin Deutsch, Martin Kane, Alex Jones, and Assistant Judicial Case Manager Jennifer Magiacamo, who is also one of my witnesses.
Fantastic. So we're going to start by calling your first witness, the esteemed Norman Jacobs.
We were going to start with Jennifer Magiacamo.
What's that?
We're going to start with Jennifer Magiacamo.
We are. I was going in order.
Oh, sorry.
I'll start with Jennifer. We can let Norman wait. He's used to waiting in court. Jennifer Magiacamo. Did I say that correctly?
I'll take Magiacamo or Magiacamo.
Giacomo. Because Kathy Magiacamo always pronounces it that way, huh?
That's exactly right. Somewhere along the line, the husbands are related, but we never figured out how. And thank you that I don't have to follow.
Assistant Judicial Still Division.
I am. Good morning, counselors. Yes, my name is Jennifer Magiacamo. I'm an attorney and assistant judicial case manager in the Bristol Division of the Probate and Family Court. And I have known Mary Ferriter for 30 years. Like Mary, I began my career as a law clerk in the family court. I was straight out of law school and I knew absolutely nothing. And Mary seemed to know everything. And she immediately became a very generous mentor and a lifeline. This was not part of her professional responsibilities at the court. It simply was who Mary is. I later went into private practice at a large Boston firm. Mary remained a constant resource. She had a way of encouraging me and letting me know that I belonged in that space. When I returned to the court system, and over the last, say, 25 years, Mary continued to be that steady and generous presence. She was now practicing with the most skilled and respected attorneys who appear before our court, and she was also maintaining monumental leadership roles in the Association of Family and Conciliation Courts. She was bringing forward models of co-parenting and dispute resolution to support families that we address who are in crisis. On a very personal note, nearly 33 decades ago, Mary learned that my brother, then only 34 years old, was very ill. And she immediately reached out. She checked in constantly. She made sure we spoke face to face, and she shared meals with me. She listened, she understood, and she stayed present during the hardest part of one of the hardest parts of my life. At that time, we were not yet close personal friends. Mary did this simply because she cared, because she had experienced the loss of a brother herself. She understood the trauma deeply, and she knew how to help. That is who Mary is. She stands by people and she sees them through. For the families who will stand before her, those qualities are in. For that reason, I respectfully and enthusiastically urge the council to confirm her nomination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Where'd you go to law school?
I went to New England School of Law.
They didn't teach you anything? You came out knowing nothing, you said? I always thought it was a pretty good school. I'm just saying, that's like me. No,
I got an excellent education.
the Lawtons would be very upset at you that there were nothing in
I
there.
will say I got an exceptional education from New England. I thought they were wonderful. The practice, the reality is a mentorship situation. And it's something that's being lost now, digital age. And I believe that Mary I know that she will be a mentor to so many as we navigate the world courts.
Very good. Thank you for your testimony. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you. So next, we're going to call the esteemed Norman Jacobs. Very well respected lawyer from Esdo, Barrett and Jacobs.
Thank you so kindly.
Long time. And it's also nice to have another person in the room with gray hair.
Yes.
Unlike Marty Kane, you and I still have a little bit.
Marty's brother was a dear cherished friend. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I was thinking there's a great line in the Billy Joel song who talks about an old man who remembers when he wore a young man's clothes. And I remember when I wore a young man's clothes 62 years ago as a lawyer, I saw John McNaught, who we mentioned, and the great J. Newton Esdale try a case with a day in the life of a severely injured party to teach the jury not only the horrific nature of the injuries, but the loving care that the mother, father, and siblings gave. And in the few minutes I have, I would like to give you a snapshot of what a day in the life has been for me. For 20 years, to have had the honor to be with my cherished colleague. And it started on day one when Mary walked into my office and said, Norman, I know that's your theory of the case, but it isn't going to be what the judge is going to identify. Norman, I'm not sure you want to write that letter. Norman, your exuberant, dramatic, flowery language. This is the Supreme Court. Get that out of the brief. Norman, I think you take a different slant. This case may resolve. And if we counted up the over-under, on a good day, maybe I made a third of the time right. She's been an amazing teacher. She's made me a better person and a better lawyer. A short time after she came to work for me, into the office came a kitchen sink. And I mean a large kitchen sink and a mannequin, such as you'd see in a department store. And the author of those gifts was a man who Mary worked to convince him that the monetary disputes that were on the table were less important than his daughter who was fighting for her life in a drug facility. The end of the case, he sends a note. It's still on her wall. I gave her everything but the kitchen sink. I took her everything. I took the shirt off my back. But Mary, you saved my children. And my daughter, that daughter that Mary rescued, she's now married in a highly successful business, and he holds Mary responsible for that young woman's life. Mary can be a conciliator and a mediator. She ran the high conflict class while still carrying a full practice with us at William James. She mediates in the ABBA program. She was the president of the AFCC. And when you try a case, I want to say to you, and I'm not being overly dramatic, a ventriloquist could try that case. The exhibits, the questions, maybe a little inspiration I'd like to think I add once in a while, but she's a brilliant lawyer, a daunting intellect, and creative, investigative, and has helped people for so much. To finish up, I know time is precious. I had 8 years on 2 judicial nominating commissions and commented outside that the portrait of Judge Sargent, Governor Sargent, is the first man who had a JNC. And John McNaught of our office became a judge, and every governor since then has said, get by the JNC, get by the joint bar, get by this august commission, then maybe you can get to be appointed. And I would hope and implore from the readings and your own investigation. I know that Judge Dunn, if he has Mary on that probate court, I assure you, not only will she make you proud, but there will not be one issue that she could not have seen in her storied career. International trusts, jurisdictional disputes in India and France, child custody, drug abuse, cryptocurrency, private equity. Last year, somebody who made an obscene amount of money selling off debt in companies that weren't bankable. She's seen it all. She has a kind heart. She'll know how to run a pretrial and a motion session. I know she'll have the respect of the practicing bar if she's appointed. It'll be a very proud day for me to have had 20+ years practicing with her. I hope you'll act favorably on her nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. I now know why you do so well in court.
Thank you.
We appreciate your testimony. Anybody have any questions? Thank you. Okay. Now, that ends the part of the hearing for witnesses in favor of the nominee. Are there any witnesses in the opposition? Should we check downstairs? There was a line in security. We'll close that part of the hearing. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, councilors. Thank you for this opportunity to appear before you today as the nominee for the position of an Associate Justice of the Probate and Family Court. I'd like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to Governor Healy for this nomination and to Lieutenant Governor Driscoll for her support as well. I'm also deeply appreciative of the service that you, this esteemed Governor's Council, perform in carefully vetting candidates for the bench. I know this responsibility requires significant time and effort, and I thank you for undertaking it with such diligence. I would also like to recognize the village of people who make this moment possible, including the members of the JNC, the governor's legal team, and Chief Legal Counsel Jesse Boudou, Deputy Legal Counsel Dara Kesselheim, Joe Thibodeau, and Kimberly Baptista. Thank you so much. To Sonia Altamirano, thank you for help shepherding me through the process, and to Chief Justice Brian Dunn. I thank them all for their support through this process. I'm grateful as well to my witnesses, to Assistant Judicial Case Manager Jen Magiacamo, and especially to Norman Jacobs, who has been my mentor and supporter for the last 20 years. And despite what he says, from whom I have learned so much through the years. And finally, to my work family and colleagues who are here, and to my biological family that's not able to attend, but they are watching from all across this country. I appreciate your encouragement and backing. Thank you. As I prepared this statement, I asked myself a simple question. What could I share that is not already reflected in the materials that you have reviewed? Rather than repeat my professional history, I would like to briefly share some background and context that I would bring to the probate court bench if confirmed. Particularly, 3 questions came to mind. First, what in my family background has guided my professional life? Second, what lessons in life will shape my approach if I am to be confirmed? And third, the question I can only imagine is on some of your minds, and if I may channel my best Andrew Weissman, the political commentator, why on God's green earth am I, at this stage of my career, am I applying to be appointed to the Probate and Family Court bench? Let me begin with my family. I grew up in Western Massachusetts in the city of Holyoke. I am the third of 4 children born to Morris Ferriter and Peggy Hennigan Ferriter. And if I may add, I was the only daughter, which in my family came with a few privileges. My mom and dad were amazing people and great parents. Their unique stories shaped my life. Dad was my hero. He grew up in the 1930s and often described his childhood as living in poverty, though he said he never realized they were poor at the time. His family lived in a tenement down by the river in Holyoke. My grandfather never finished high school, and my grandparents later supported themselves by running 2 small concession booths at a local amusement park. From an early age, my father had to work. Starting at age 7, he would do any job that included the delivery of produce, resetting bowling alley pins, which was before they had the automatic machines, mowing lawns, shoveling coal, running errands, and finally delivering newspapers. Through these humble beginnings, he learned that no job was too small and that education was the path forward. After serving in the Korean War, the GI Bill offered him the opportunity to attend law school at night and achieve a dream that might otherwise have been impossible. He went on to practice law for almost 70 years, and he died on Christmas Eve of 2024, and he was still going into the office. His favorite advice to his children, grandchildren, and even great-grandchildren was simple. If you enjoy what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. And Dad truly loved the law. My mom's upbringing was different, but just as powerful. She grew up nearby my father, but worlds away in experiences. She was the daughter of a detective sergeant in the Holyoke Police Department and grew up in a family rooted in service. My mother was bright and intellectually curious, but when she graduated from high school, she was expected to work so that her brother could attend college. She worked at the local probation department and without hesitation contributed her paycheck to support her brother's education. Although she never had the opportunity to attend college herself, she was the most thoughtful, energetic, compassionate person I have ever known. She also had an extraordinary ability to find joy even during difficult times. My parents were married for more than 65 years. My mom passed away in 2020 at the age of 90. From my parents, we, their children, learned something elementary but profound. Opportunities carry responsibilities. My siblings and I were fortunate to have the opportunity to attend excellent colleges. 3 of us went on to law school, and my younger brother, the rebel, went to medical school instead. I did not grow up with divorced parents or have a history of abuse in my family, but we were not without our challenges. Members of my father's family struggled with alcohol use disorder. He did have one brother who eventually found sobriety through Alcoholics Anonymous and spent decades thereafter helping others do the same. Our family also endured struggles with serious illnesses, including the loss of my oldest brother, which Jen alluded to, when he was 33, after a long battle with cancer. Later, I too faced my own cancer diagnosis, and I am grateful to say that I have now been symptom-free for the last 8 years. These experiences taught me something important. You never truly know the burdens that another person may be carrying. Every individual who walks through the doors of a courthouse brings their own story, one often that is invisible at first glance. Empathy begins by recognizing this reality. That is why the most important quality I hope to bring to the bench, if confirmed, is the ability to listen, to truly hear what people are experiencing, and to treat every person with dignity and respect. I have learned through the course of my practice that a good listener can pick the thread that will disarm a party, generate an environment for creative resolutions. That brings me to my final question. Why pursue this role now? The answer is simple. I believe I have something meaningful to contribute to the families, individuals, and children that seek the services of the Probate and Family Court. I began my career in the administrative office of this court, helping people during moments of crises, and the opportunity to serve as a judge in the same court would allow my professional journey to come full circle. Former Chief Justice Mary Fitzpatrick once observed that the Massachusetts Probate and Family Court is the one court department which a person is most likely to consult at some point in his or her life. where jurisdiction spans life's most significant moments, from adoptions and guardianships, which can be the bedrock of family formations, to the resolution of complex family disputes like divorces and will contests. I appreciate the careful deliberation that goes into selecting those entrusted with these responsibilities, and I am grateful and honored to be so considered. I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
So Jacob.
It's good to see you.
Thank you. It's great to see you.
It's great to see you. And thank you for coming out to North Adams and taking time to sit down. I really enjoyed getting to know you a little bit. So I only have a couple questions. I don't want to belabor it, but probate and family is one of those courts that has a whole very high proportion of self-represented come through. And so I'm curious to hear your thoughts around how you would approach self-represented if both sides are self-represented, if only one side and the other has counsel, your thoughts around how you would ensure there's comprehension, that there's best a best outcome that could be for someone who maybe doesn't know how to navigate the ins and outs on their own behalf. And especially when it's in balance like that, but even in the case where neither side has representation.
So thank you, Counselor. The courts now are, I think there's more self-represented litigants now than or in some divisions. The objective of the court and the requirement of the court is to educate people as they come through the process. So when both parties are self-represented, I think it's easier for judges to be able to educate both parties at the same time and to make sure that everybody understands what the parameters of the law entail and what is possible through the process. When one party is represented and the other party is not, actually, there's a dichotomy there. It goes both ways, right? So a judge can go overboard in explaining to the pro se, which then sort of puts their thumb on the scale for those that are paying for their counsel. And that creates a problem. There is the problem where the person who is represented has the advantage because the other person is unrepresented. And I think each case that comes before the court really has to be looked at and carefully consulted and what advice is or what education is given out to the parties needs to be carefully vetted through what the judge has to say. And there are opportunities for the judges to be able to send cases to the lawyer for the day for additional education if there's a lawyer for the day program. There's sometimes the ABRA program that I've been involved in this part of the state. There is the ABRA program that does conciliations and that can help. I've done a lot of conciliations where one party has been pro se, and I find it really helpful to be able to speak with one party and then the other party. And if it's one party and a self-represented party, I can speak with them separately and then speak with the attorney and the client on the other side so that there's good discussion and debate going on and education to the self-represented party.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. We did talk a little bit when we sat down together about your work with and we'll butcher it if I don't read it. So the William James College, the High Conflict Parent Education Program. And I really appreciated all that you shared that kind of balanced a lot of what I've heard from people who had really bad experiences with that program. And I'm happy to give you an opportunity to kind of share the positives that you shared because I think it's important to reflect. But I specifically wanted to ask you and I understand that program has shifted away, but I believe others exist elsewhere still that are opportunities for judges to order participation. And so my question for you is, when you have a high conflict situation where there is domestic violence, where there's physical abuse. You have an abuser and an abused, you may have a restraining order or not, but regardless, there's clear evidence that this is it's not just high conflict over, we're squabbling over, we're not amicable and we can't figure out who gets what, but actual trauma involved in the situation. How do you evaluate as a judge whether or not to order a couple like that to be in the same room with each other to work towards resolution, and whether or not that is actually further endangering emotionally or otherwise, because things also happen in parking lots, right, after things, putting people that are in that kind of a context together.
So thank you for the question. I know it's an issue that is out there. The high conflict parent education classes are really geared towards couples learning how to co-parent. And co-parenting is going to happen regardless of what has happened in the past in parties' lives in many situations. And so this program is trying to teach people how to speak with one another, how to protect the child in those conversations. When it comes to domestic violence cases, the domestic violence cases that we would screen in were not the coercive controlling cases. The cases went through a screening process. And when there was even, there were a few cases where there were restraining orders that were in place, and we asked the parties to go back and to amend their restraining orders to permit them to participate in the class. If they weren't willing to do that, then they couldn't participate in the class.
And in that event, would they then suffer a consequence from the judge who ordered it, or how would that work?
So I can't tell you what the courtroom looked like in those situations. I can tell you that, and I think I relayed this to you and to Counselor Dolan as well, when there was one woman that I said, I don't want to re-traumatize you. You clearly shouldn't be in this class. We can't do this. I can go back to the judge. I'm under the same order as you are to attend this class. I have an order that says you have to attend it. So I told her that I would go back to the judge and tell her that we didn't think it was appropriate. She begged me not to do that because she wouldn't be able to see her children if it didn't happen. And at this point in time, it was during COVID. We were by Zoom. They weren't together. We were together in a classroom together. We would always let the person who had the restraining order leave the premises first, and then send the person against whom the restraining order was. We held them in the classroom until we knew that they were out of the parking lot. But in the particular case that we were just discussing, it was a woman who was being re-traumatized by me even suggesting that I would get her out of the class and tell the judge that she wasn't appropriate. She sat, and I told her, you're on Zoom, you can sit away from the camera if need be. And for the first two classes, she did sit and was almost, I would say, had no affect at all during the classes. If you could even see her affect, it was a dark, her lighting wasn't done well and she was in the background. On the third class, we had said after the second class that we would just not have them be part of the process and let them out of the class. But said, let's have one more class transpire. And her instructors were well versed in domestic violence, interpartner violence, and they were watching particularly what was going on. The husband was being particularly disruptive to the class as well. What happened was this woman on the third class, because the group started to tell the husband how inappropriate he was and that what he was doing was not acceptable. The instructors were telling him that as well, but the rest of the group was kind of forming around him and saying, you're just not being appropriate. She came out of her shell and found her voice. And it was really remarkable we ended up keeping them in the class after the class itself is 9 sessions, 27 hours. So you get to see what's going on with people in the class. It was remarkable to see how she came out of her shell and found her voice and started to speak during the classes and started to have an ability to voice what was going on, where before she could barely utter her name. And so there were those stories that happened, and that we were very mindful of what went on. And if there was violence that had occurred or a restraining order was newly issued, we would not accept them into the class. They did, as I said, they went through screenings. We were very particular and very careful about who was let into the class.
Well, I appreciate all that context. I'm curious if you can add from the standpoint of, assume you're going to be confirmed, you're sitting on the bench, you have a situation like that before you, you have an option to yourself order participation into this kind of a program, how you would approach making that decision when you do have known violence, trauma, coercive control, all these factors at play with a couple. Would you be looking to send them to that kind of a program, or how would you assess the appropriate way to approach trying to come to I appreciate co-parenting is an important thing. At the same time, I think I talked to you about the research that's out there about abusees being disbelieved and being accused of parental alienation and custody going heavier for the accused abuser, and how many kids have ended up having been murdered in those situations after an outcome at court. That was I think it's the George Washington University study that we talked about. So all of that to say, all of those, I mean, there's complicated emotions and behaviors at play in probate and family court that affect people's lives. So I'm curious as a judge, how you would approach it to decide whether or not to pursue an avenue like that.
So I think the cases that get the most out of the program are not the cases where there is coercive control, where there is violence, where there is any kind of serious issues of abuse. I think we need to look at what cases will benefit from the program, because it's an extensive program. It's a commitment for people to attend. It's 3 hours for 9 weeks that they are away from their children. And so you really need to make sure that the parties see the benefit in participating in this.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council Civil.
Thank you, Councilor Kennedy. Good morning
Good morning.
and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
I have 2 students here with me who's taken a victimology class or victimization class. So it's very important to me to talk about domestic violence so they can get an understanding on what judges will be doing and what they will, how they will protect victims. And I'm glad Counselor Jacobs had opened that segue. I know when you're a judge in the court, you deal with all walks of life, all different types of people that come from all different cultures. And my question to you would be, how would you ensure immigrant victims feel safe and heard during court proceeding, especially around this time right now, and dealing with their children?
Thank you, Counselor. It's a highly important question right now, especially. I have done an ABER conciliation with someone who didn't have status in the United States, and we had to be very careful about how we worded the agreement and what was going to happen with that person when the divorce actually went through. And I think it's something that judges have to keep in mind when they're making determinations about what's going to happen to that family. And I think it's really important that judges listen to what's going on and to hear what the parties have to say. So was involved in a case where a party had English was his second language. And when he heard what the judge had to say, it translated to him in a very different way than what was being said by the judge. It was a case of the father saying that he thought the mother's boyfriend was abusing the child, and the child was telling him this. And the judge said, well, don't you think your son is telling you what you want to hear? And he came down, I was the lawyer for the day, and he came down and said, why would I ever want my son to tell me that he was being abused? That made no sense. And so I spent time with him, and luckily was able to spend time with him to parse out what was going on in his case. And it was a very complicated, convoluted case that we were able to work through and find out that the mother had actually filed a guardianship action without giving the father notice. And so there were preconceived notions about whether the father should have been involved in that child's life because he wasn't involved in the guardianship, but it was that he never got notice. And so part of that was not having an interpreter available to him. Part of that was resources not being available. Because he then was married with another child who had special needs, he was seeking the services of a local program that helped him through this process, and that it was able to bring him into court. And he had the social worker from the program as his interpreter, and the judge wouldn't allow that interpreter to speak. And I think it's really important to make sure that people understand what's being conveyed by the court. And so hopefully I've answered.
Yeah, you did, definitely. Thank you. And my second question is, you've had over 36 years in practicing as an attorney. What do you feel has prepared you to take on this role at this given moment?
So I think it is that 30-something years of practice where I've been both in the public sector and in the private sector. In the public sector, I was doing some of the guardianship work in the what were called Rogers hearings at the time. So the hearings to determine whether or not antipsychotics should be administered to people. I dealt with the adoptions and the termination of parental rights cases. I've also now concentrated on the divorce work, but that also brings in a number of other aspects. So the custody cases and the domestic abuse cases, and have just had a panoply of legal issues that.
Thank you. I know your counselor has talked very highly of you and in full support of you as well. So I'm looking to give you my support as well. You're welcome.
Also don't.
Thank you so much. Good morning. It is wonderful to see you. I really enjoyed our entire conversation. And thank you so much for what you said about your parents. You made it very clear that you stand on the shoulders of giants. It's good to know that about you. Counselor Kennedy speaks very highly of you. I've heard from folks, I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, David Aptaker, raved about you. Marty Caden says you're good, you're good. No. You know, in a perfect world, I'd share everything that you and I talked about. We don't have time for that, but I thank Counselor Jacobs for raising the issue of the, you know, high conflict parenting, the parenting classes. You did share that story with me, which I found very important for people to know that that can happen. So I just want to talk about a couple of things we talked about. Mental health issues in parents. We talked about that, and you rightly pointed out the case law says the issue is whether it impacts parenting, but you also said that courts can red flag issues. Can you talk about that? What would you red flag and how would you address that?
So certainly when there are substance abuse issues, when there's, you know, issues of personality disorders, something like that, that would come in through
Exactly.
through a guardian ad litem report. If the allegations are made, you can then appoint a guardian ad litem to then do a deeper dive into the family and to make sure that you understand what the whole picture looks like. Substance abuse issues, there are resources that the probation department can suggest and get people into programs that can help, and they can monitor that as well. I think having a guardian ad litem in a case is one of the most important things that can happen. Our problem is that we don't have the resources for guardian ad litems in all cases, and that we don't have the guardian ad litems, the forensic psychologists and social workers that are out there that are willing to take on this work.
And it's something that we should address in perhaps another chamber. I want to talk to you about AI, and I think we've all seen parties, sometimes attorneys do this really bad, but usually you see people who are representing themselves, pro se parties, who file motions and pleadings based on what they found on AI, and it may contain, cases that don't exist, or it may contain dozens of cases that don't exist in experience. I believe, we have to hold those parties responsible. We have seen some courts imposing sanctions, even on pro se parties who are doing this. What's your view of that? And I know it's tough when a pro se party is low income, but what's your view on this?
I thank you, Counselor. I think that's an issue that is up and coming. I've heard from a number of colleagues that have dealt with issues where the other side is using AI to produce all kinds of motions and
Stacks and stacks and stacks.
we would always say we knew what the case was going to be like, depending upon what the folder looked like to the bench, right, when it was in the courts. And so when people are now using AI, it can be helpful. And I think there's some areas that we should really be looking into in court with AI. But I think when it comes to litigants and lawyers using AI, it really is a place that we need to be very careful with. It's a place that needs to have a lot of restraints put on it so that we do get appropriate information, and so that the party that is inundated with those motions isn't spending thousands of hours and unnecessary dollars out of this family to fight against a motion that has no relevance or bearing. And I think that the courts can ultimately put into play some sort of gatekeeper process to be able to have judicial case manager look at the pleadings before they're filed. Becomes a nuisance. I mean, I think everybody's given that first rule. You get a first pass free, but when it piles up, it's a problem.
Just one more question. I know you've done a lot of pro bono work, but you've also represented clients with a high network, and you bring financial expertise that I think we need. I just wanted you to talk about that and explain fidelity interests to me, which I've never heard of. Can you just tell folks why it's really important to have someone with your financial expertise, what that means?
So cases come before the court with all kinds of financial assets. And to be able to look at the financial assets and decide what's going to happen with those assets is really an important process. And because I have worked with Norman Jacobson in the law firm of Esdell, Barrett and Jacobs, it's really been a privilege to be able to work on some very high net worth cases. So private equities have some unique aspects to them. People who work in fidelity have all kinds of private interests that come to them that aren't something that everybody else would be accustomed to. And I think it's something that lawyers have to explain to judges what the assets are, and judges need to be able to understand the complexity of what those assets would entail. So sometimes you have specifically when you have stock options or restricted stock units, when there are what are called sell to cover issues, you can't just say that you're going to divide the stock options equally, because sometimes the company actually sells to cover the taxes, and so the assets that would be there won't be there when you're dividing it. And that's something that judges really need to make sure they understand when they're making decisions on high net worth individuals.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure and I'm looking forward to it. Nothing further.
Thank you, Councilor Iannella.
I don't have any questions. It's good to see you have Mike Kane. Yeah.
We were talking about him earlier.
He is a wonderful person. Thank you.
Also, your own counselor, Counselor Kennedy, a big supporter, he called me on your behalf. With those two people, your background, you can count on me next week.
Thank you, Counselor.
Councilor Ziegler. We always save the best for last.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Counselor Kennedy.
I'm last, by the way.
He is last, it's true. Congratulations. And
Thank you, Counselor.
it was a pleasure to speak with you prior to today's hearing. You know, your background as my fellow counselor says, speaks for itself, you know. I had to just review your packet again and just very impressive. I counted over 60 presentations in your various topics ranging from financial implications with the court, to domestic violence, to language barriers in the court. You had over 5 letters of support, lengthy letters too. So people took time in order to address your character. So that speaks volumes to me as well. I just have a few questions for you. Some of them which we spoke about. So, you know, I'll ask you this. You have all this experience and clearly the expertise. Do you perceive a learning curve for yourself transitioning from being an attorney to the bench?
I think there's always a learning curve whenever you start a new job. I don't see how that. But I would hope that with my experience having been in the courts, that the learning curve won't take that long. I remember sitting with a judge who was a former assistant registrar, who said, I kept waiting when an objection was raised. I kept waiting for the judge to answer. And then he said, I realized I was the judge. So I think we all have those little learning curves that have to bring us up to speed. I will also say that since I was in the courts working on probate matters, the Uniform Probate Code has come into play. So I will be relying on my good friend Jennifer Magistrate, who has done most of the trainings on the Uniform Probate Code to help me with that learning curve as well. And I'm certainly not afraid to be taking the MCLEs and the additional trainings that if I have any issue that in particular I feel I'm uncomfortable with.
Of the cases that you've tried, what would you say is the most impactful case that you've been involved with? And how do you see that shaping your legacy on the bench?
So I think the one case that has stuck with me the longest was that case that I was talking about, was the case that I was the lawyer for the day and saw that this young man who was in there just had a difficult situation to present to the court. And that it was only because we were able to present his case in a way that the court could hear, that we were able to resolve the matter. And he ended up with custody of his son from that case. We got a GAL appointed. The GAL went out and did the investigation, and the judge ended up ruling that the father have custody of the son because he felt that the mother had caused the father not to be, had caused the alienation of the father. And in that case, thought that the father would be the one who would be more willing to have the child see his mother and his grandmother, who was also a significant figure in his life at the time. I think that's the most notable. The other one is the case of the woman with domestic violence that we represented, that went to court. It was 3 years later. Her restraining order was up and we needed to get the restraining order reissued. She had 5 kids with her partner or her former husband. And it was 3 years out from when any actual violence could be shown that he committed. But during that time period, 70 of her cars had been punctured. The wheels on her cars had been punctured. The cameras, security cameras around her house had been disabled. It was a horrific case, and we were able to bring an expert in, Annie Lewis, O'Connor Lewis, I think is her name, who testified. Dr. Deutsch was actually on the case as a parent coordinator or a GAL, I think. And so she couldn't testify, but we were able to get another expert in to testify as to the effects of interpartner violence on somebody, even years after the violence had been perpetrated. And we're able to get her another 5 years of a restraining order. So that was a pretty impactful case as well, for a really different reason. And the legacy I hope to leave is that I'm a person, I am confirmed would be that I would be a person that has listened and has had empathy for the people that have come before them.
We don't talk about it enough, but there are many complex issues and cases that come before probate court. One being will contests, which are a very emotional process. What would be your approach to overseeing cases of the matter, and how would you seek to reduce trauma and harm to individuals who come before you with those cases?
Thank you, Counselor. It's a issue that isn't addressed enough. I don't think that people who come on will contests have the same sort of loss in a different way. Divorce is a loss of that relationship with the other party. Will contests are usually more about the loss of the person of whose will you're dealing with. And so it's the same kind of empathy and the same understanding of what's gone on before the parties got there. Sometimes the people who will contests haven't spoken to one another in years. Sometimes they were all one cohesive family. And just because of how the will was written or how the matters got presented, it just can be pretty traumatizing for the parties that are there. And I think anytime that you're re-traumatizing to the parties. So thank you.
I appreciate your answers, and thank you for being so diligent. No more questions for me.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I don't have any questions for you. We had an opportunity to speak in my office on Monday, and I enjoyed having you there. So with that, I'm going to close this hearing. I look forward to putting your nomination before the council next week.
Thank you. Thank you all.
to order, this hearing to order. I'm Tara Jacobs. I'll be chairing the hearing. I represent District 8, and congratulations on your nomination. I'm going to start off reading your nomination letter. Dated March 4th, 2026 to the Executive Council. Dear councilors, I am pleased to nominate Mary E. Gallant-Cote to the position of Associate Justice of the Juvenile Court. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and enclosing the nominee's resume for your convenience. Sincerely, Governor Maura T. Healy. So, wonderful. Let's start off. I will introduce the council, and then you introduce who you brought. So to my right, we have Councillor Ferriter, Councillor Sybil,
Morning.
Councillor Dolan, Councillor Ianella,
Morning.
Councillor Ziegler,
Good morning.
and Councillor Kennedy.
Good morning.
So I'll turn it over to you to introduce who you've brought today, and then we'll move on to your first witness.
Thank you so much. I'll start down there at the very end are my parents, Albert and Linda Gallant. And two of my very dear friends, Assistant District Attorney Natalie Hogue and Regional Counsel at DCF Sarah Talbot. Also Judge Carol Shaw from Springfield Juvenile and First Justice Dave Paradise from Springfield Juvenile Court. This is my husband, Robert Cody, and then my dear friends Caleb and Brendan.
Good to see you all here, and we have the chief here.
And then, oh my God, I didn't even see you. I'm so sorry. I am honored by the presence of Chief Justice Dana Gershengorn as well.
Very happy to have you here today.
Then, constable somewhere.
Well, thanks, everyone.
No, thank you for that. All right, so I'd like to call up the Honorable Judge Carol Shaw to come and be our first to provide her statement of support for you.
Thank you so much. I know that you've had a chance to read all of Gallant-Cote's materials, and you certainly know that she's well qualified. I trust the vetting process. I trust the JNC. So you know about the things like understanding the being organized, being detail oriented, being a hard worker. And so I was trying to think, if I was in your position, what are the things I would want to hear that I didn't necessarily get on paper? I stood right over here a little over 10 years ago before the council. Certainly appreciate being confirmed as a juvenile court judge. Prior to that, I, like Attorney Gallant-Cote, worked in the clerk's office. I was an assistant clerk magistrate. And before that, I was an attorney for the Department of Children and Families, also like Attorney Gallant-Cote. Those experiences all prepared me well for the bench. And I want to highlight a couple of things that I think are important and unique. And one of them is working in the clerk's office prior to becoming a judge is a unique experience, because for an attorney going directly to the bench, they've been advocating one side's position for an extended amount of time. They get very good at that. The really good ones are also thinking about what the other side is going to do for, and they plan for that. But the experience of stepping out of that advocacy role and being in the neutral role is what's required of judges. Attorney Gallant-Cote, as a clerk, has been doing that now for a number of years. I appeared before the Governor's Council on her behalf when she was nominated to become a clerk magistrate. And the only misgiving I had at the time that I certainly didn't say out loud was I wanted to be a judge. And so I'm very happy that we're here today for that to happen. The other thing that I think is important that you might not see on paper is about her disposition. And I know that that's an important thing when you're considering not only the qualifications, but the quality of the person that you're looking at. I've seen Attorney Gallant-Cote as an attorney and as a clerk dealing with situations that are extremely challenging, difficult litigants, parents with mental health issues, parents with various challenges that make it difficult for them to really be present in the courtroom. Other attorneys who only have the tool left of trying to figure out how to get under her skin. I've seen her face all of those challenges, and I don't know what's the feet are doing under the water like a duck, but on the surface, she is smooth as can be. And I know in speaking with colleagues, other judges in our county, when we saw that a case was going to be difficult and then would look and see that it was Attorney Gallant-Cote who was assigned, there was a sigh of relief. Juvenile court's a little different. We're not so much about what happened as we are about how things are going and where are we going in the. So we need judges who are able to figure out where to push, where to back off, how to help facilitate resolution. And a trial is our most complex resource. We need to save that for the cases that really need it. We need judges who can vet things along the way, encourage parties to come up with agreements, treat everyone with respect and roll. I've been watching Attorney Gallant-Cote do that consistently for over 10 years. So because of that, I have great confidence. And as I said in my letter, wholeheartedly support her nomination and hope that you will confirm her. And if anyone has any questions, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much for that. Does anyone have any questions? Thank you very much, Judge. All right, our next witness, I'm gonna call up Mr. Caleb Dillon Harp. You can sit or you can stand, whatever makes you most comfortable.
Stand.
Okay.
When I think of juvenile justice, the first person who comes to mind is Mary. Not just because of her incredible career, her encyclopedic knowledge of the law, or her diligent work ethic, but because of her compassion. It radiates from her in everything she does. I worked for 2 years as a family engagement and attendance coordinator for the Pittsfield Public Schools. Part of my job involved accompanying families to court who were struggling with chronic absenteeism and truancy. From the very first moment I met Mary, I knew I was working with someone extraordinary, not just brilliant, but deeply, endlessly committed to the children and families who come before her. She believes with every fiber of her being that with help and hard work, these children can rebuild their lives and shape their futures. Mary's advocacy is inspiring. She strives to find a just path forward while supporting rehabilitation. She approaches every case with thoughtfulness and compassion, considering the many factors and dynamics that might lead to court involvement. She sees them, all of them. They say justice delayed is justice denied. And Mary embodies that statement beautifully. She is both compassionate and incredibly efficient. Somehow, she manages to juggle an endless stream of cases and still give each child and family the attention they deserve. She makes Cirque du Soleil jugglers look like pictures. I feel so fortunate to be here today to speak about Mary as the legal professional she is, and the extraordinary person she has always been. Her integrity, her strength, and her unwavering dedication shine through in every decision she makes. The children and families of the Commonwealth are incredibly lucky. Mary is taking the bench, and she will be a judge for them. Mary, congratulations on this remarkable achievement, and thank you for your lifelong dedication and service. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who has come here today to speak in opposition of this nomination? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. I'm going to try to be fast, but not talk too fast. It's short. Good morning, everybody. And I would like to start by thanking Governor Healy and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll for the honor of this nomination. It is truly the culmination of my personal and professional dreams, and I am very humbled to be before this council. I would like to thank the JNC for their faith in me, attorneys Kesselheim and Boudou for your guidance, and to Kimberly Baptiste and Sonia Altamarino for your endless assistance through this process. Thank you to the Governor's Council for your very thoughtful and careful approach to your work, for your service to the people of the Commonwealth, and for all the time you've spent speaking with me and getting to know me. I would also like to thank all of my friends and colleagues who spoke on my behalf, from the legal community to local judges and clerks, and my colleagues who took time to write letters and speak to various callers throughout the process. I'm so endlessly grateful for everyone's support. And I have to thank everyone at the Berkshire Juvenile Court, especially First Justice Joan McMenemy and Chief Probation Officer Dee Calvert, who have become friends and mentors, and all of my staff, especially Michelle, Christine, Erica, JC, Amanda, Dash, and Ava. If you're watching, you guys are absolutely the best. Finally, I'd like to thank Chief Justice Gershengorn and Tom Capasso for your strong leadership in the Juvenile Court, and very much in a heartfelt way to my fellow juvenile court clerks who were always a phone call and an email away whenever I needed help, especially when I was new. They are the heart of their courts, and I'm so grateful for everything I've learned from them. For my family, thank you to my husband, Rob, who has made so many sacrifices of his own while I chased this dream for so many years, and to my son, Sully, who is my greatest teacher and the smartest, best, funniest person I know, who does things like listen to this speech and say, "It's fine, can you make me a snack?" And also told me last night, "I have a big science test tomorrow, I can't do your judge thing." So hopefully he'll watch tonight. And finally, to my parents, who taught me everything, but truly and most especially to believe in myself when no one else did, even to the point where people think you are delusional for how much you believe in yourself, but to believe anyway. I love you, and you are the reason I am here. So I'm from Gardner, Mass, a very small town in central Mass. And I didn't have a wonderful experience there. I went through some pretty significant bullying in my adolescence that impacted me quite a bit. I was a mediocre student who chased popularity and belonging more than grades or academics. And I went to college almost against my will, but very much at the will of my mother, who said, "Over my dead body, will you not go to college?" When I said, "I'm just gonna get a job." And my parents did not waver, though, ever in their insistence that I get an education and that I go to college. And that insistence was rooted in their own pretty difficult early childhood experiences and their sort of life story. They both come from difficult childhoods, and that's their story to tell, not mine. But they got married when they were very young and had me and my younger brother very soon after. They really had no formal education or money or roadmap on how to raise two kids successfully. But they have the most grit and drive and fiercest work ethics of any two people I've ever known. When I was very young, we were of very limited means, but I really didn't know that. We always had what we needed, and they were very present and they were very resourceful. We never had babysitters. They really didn't socialize. They were just home with us. They were so devoted to my brother and I that whatever struggles we faced financially, they let us be kids, and we didn't know about that. We never went to Disney World, but they would take us to the drive-in and let us eat like a whole bag of Oreos, which was awesome at that age. And they found small ways to make our lives really good. My father worked tirelessly his whole life, and just by sheer determination and will improved our station in life tremendously, going from an auto mechanic to a business owner, retiring as a respected director of a Department of Public Works. And he figured everything out himself always. He's a risk taker, and he taught me that you have to take risks and leaps of faith to move yourself forward. My mother worked odd jobs when I was very young at a deli and cleaning houses, and she taught me that any job you do it with pride and with your head held high, and you do it 110%. She also saw opportunities for my brother and I that didn't cost money. She brought us constantly to the local library when we were small, taught us how to read and learn and seek information, and fought ferociously for us when a school district or community tried to, say we couldn't be part of something. When I was in the 8th grade, she fulfilled her own dream of going to nursing school, and I watched her and my father put her through that, a few classes at a time. And she retired a few years ago as a critical care nurse who really ended her career in the COVID trenches. And I know her patients were better for her having been there. Their devotion to the betterment of themselves and my brother and I was my model for how to thrive. And as I've said several times in this process, if you looked at my family 40 years ago, you wouldn't say, "Oh, there's 2 kids who are going to be doctors and lawyers." But I'm a lawyer and my brother is a doctor against a lot of odds. You would have saw 2 parents in a small house with not a lot of means, but their history and their perseverance, and I'm coming to the end, I promise, is what came to inform my work and why I feel I belong in the juvenile court. I really found my way in college. I found amazing mentors. I have to name Dr. Paul Weiser, and opportunities and people who, much like my parents, told me I was smart and capable, and I started to listen. So I went to law school and I ran a private practice for many years doing defense work and care and protections. I worked for DCF for years, and I've been a clerk magistrate now for almost 4 years. And here I am before you today. So like I said, you might not have foreseen this 40 years ago, but that's why I love working in the juvenile court. And here's my main point. I see people at the worst times of their lives, the worst days. Their kids have been arrested, taken into foster care. They're struggling with poverty, substance use issues, mental health disorders, but I know because of my own lived experience that I do not know what their best days will look like. My parents and my family were generational curse breakers. They broke so many patterns to raise my brother and I safely and in a household with love, and they really led by example. And I know through my own lived experience that when I see a family who's struggling, I never ever know what their good days look like or what they're capable of. I see the best in people because I know that the human spirit has endless capacity for growth and to overcome difficulty and to change and become something new. In the juvenile court, you see people sometimes at their worst, but I don't ever forget that I don't know what their best will be. While the juvenile court is a difficult and emotional place, it's also a place of tremendous hope and second chances. And it would be the honor of a lifetime to be a judge in that court and be part of people's stories of hope and to bear witness to their enormous capacity to overcome, just like my family did. So thank you so much for indulging me with all that time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'm sorry, what'd you say about not talking quickly?
Sorry, oh, no. Time's gonna kill me. It was so slow.
All right, well, that was a speed run, but thank you for that. I'm gonna turn it over to Counselor Ferriter to ask any questions that he has.
Friends killed a lot of trees with all these letters.
Good people.
No, you have great credentials. I think you're gonna make a great judge.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Counselor Civil.
Thank you. Good morning, Mary. Congratulations on your nominations.
Thank you.
We spoke, I've learned a lot about you and I know that you're highly qualified. I don't have any questions. However, I have two students here that are, that have a victimization class. And they have questions for you and I'm more than happy to read the questions on their behalf.
Sure.
What are ways to ensure that victims, particularly juveniles, are not re-victimized by specific court processes, such as testimonies or repeated exposure to the accused?
Wow, that's a great question. Kudos to your students. So I do think in the juvenile court, there's a couple of ways that we can protect people who are victimized. One, I think it's just kind of a gentler place than other courts. And I know even in the courts that I work in, there's discussion behind the scenes when a particularly difficult case is before us. There's a lot of collaboration between the judge's lobby, probation department, and the clerk's office to say, let's make sure, let's bring this, young person into the clerk's office conference room, for example. And we do things at our court. We offer them water and we offer them snacks and we try to create a really comfortable environment for them. I know the victim witness advocates at the DA's office work really closely to walk them through what the process looks like, what they can expect so that it's not a foreign experience when they come in. And I think as a judge, certainly you can always just show patience and compassion. I think there's dialogue that can take place with victims, just such simple things like, I know it's really hard for you to be here today. I respect and admire you, for your participation. And if there's anything I can do for you to help this process, you just let the court officers know, involve everybody so they know they're in a safe environment. I think would be the best starting place.
Thank you. And my other question is, we know we're dealing with juveniles and we want to give them a second opportunity. We want to rehabilitate them from reoffending again. How important is diversion programs and as a judge to use your discretion to make sure that all juveniles have that option and opportunity to be part of a diversion program?
Absolutely. So I know I've spoken with people, I am a pretty die-hard supporter of diversion programs of all kinds, pre-arraignment, post-sentencing, really at any stage. I have been tremendously lucky to be in Berkshire County where we have the most amazing diversion programs, I think, in the state through the Clark Art Institute, Williams College, the Great Barrington Theater Stage Company. And I believe that I come from a really philosophical, fundamental place that any kid who's in juvenile court, I start from the premise you're a good kid who's having a bad day. And even though we say delinquency records aren't criminal records, there are circumstances where it can impact their future. So I would say, I guess I will admit, I divert almost everything that comes before me at the magistrate level. I don't almost ever think there's a kid, especially in a misdemeanor case, that isn't ripe for a diversion. So I think it's really, really important at every stage. And then even at the sentencing stage, if you're at sort of the last resort place of a DYS commitment or something like that, DYS, while I do believe it should be a last resort, they have some pretty tremendous dedicated staff members, case managers, educational opportunities. So I think any sentencing that a juvenile is going through should always still be being made with an eye towards rehabilitation.
Thank you. I know your counselor is very supportive of you. She talks very highly of you and I look forward to supporting you.
Thank you very much, counselor. Thank you.
you, Counselor Dolan.
Thank you, Counselor Jacobs. Counselor Jacobs is a very big supporter. I appreciate that. I was really glad to hear about your childhood experiences, and I do think that those are invaluable in helping you understand what's going on, particularly with the adolescents who will appear before you. And just to say, not at all surprising that you got bullied. You were a smart, very well-spoken. Right. So I just have one question for you. We had talked about this. Sibling separation. Yes. Intentionally separating siblings. My general view is it is always the responsible adult and not the fault of the child. So are there any circumstances where you think a sibling separation would be appropriate?
I wish I could say absolutely no, never, because I think philosophically that's how I would feel.
Okay.
I know my brother texted me and put me in tears this morning. Like, that relationship is so sacred. And where I think separation can be warranted is where there is a true safety issue in cases of sexual abuse, in serious physical violence. You know, I think siblings, if they pose a safety risk to each other, that has to be a factor. But I know we also talked about that. I still think there's a lot of healing that can be done. Even if they're separated, look with an eye towards whether that can be temporary. Or even in cases where I've seen siblings separated, there's so much clinical and therapeutic work that can be done, especially when they're young, when they're kids. If there's abuse between siblings, there likely was a difficult family circumstance that led to that. I don't ever think it's a kid's fault, even when they are the alleged, perpetrator. There was a situation that led them to that. And so I think even very rare would be my answer. Very, very rare where absolutely necessary. But even then, clinical intervention should take place to help heal that relationship.
I share your view that sibling relationships are incredibly important. So I think it's important to promote that and support that relationship rather than break it off.
Especially because it can often, I'm sorry to mean to cut you off, but it can often outlast the parent-child relationship in some of the worst cases. You need to keep that intact.
Thank you.
Of course, thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor Ayala.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. A really nice story.
Thank you.
It's a really nice story. Your
Thank you.
parents did a great job.
Thanks.
Yeah.
They're okay.
Yeah.
They're amazing. They are. They're really, they're great. Thank you so much, Counselor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Ziegler.
Congratulations on your nomination. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me prior to the
Thank you.
hearing. So I just have a few questions for you. Just to echoing what Councilor Ferriter said, the stack of letters of support we got for you has been the largest stack of support letters we've seen in a while. So that does speak volumes to me. And we can give you a copy. This is the stack for those. It's pretty thick. People took time to really advocate for you as a candidate. So just wanted to make sure you knew.
Thank you.
And so we had a lovely conversation, so I'll pick up on some of the things we talked about. Can you talk a little bit about your view on restorative justice in the juvenile court, and how it could be used as a tool?
So I think it's kind of, I don't want to say emerging because it's taken hold in some places, but I know I'm familiar with some programs, some restorative justice programs that are taking place in the prison setting and also in district court and superior court settings. I think personally there's so much room for it in the juvenile court because so many of the cases that I see, especially even at the misdemeanor level, they're kids who are fighting in school, they're kids in neighborhoods whose parents have difficult interactions, they have difficult interactions. And what I've seen of it and my understanding of it is that where a trained, qualified person in dealing with those sort of interpersonal relationships can bring those two people together and slowly develop a mutual understanding of where each party is coming from, I think tremendous progress can be made. I think when you have an alleged perpetrator and a victim, they're often very pitted against each other and sometimes rightfully so. But I think in some cases, there's enormous room to bring them together and say, I'm sorry I did this to you, but can you hear my experience? And also very importantly for the victim to say, this is the impact this had on me. And I think, not to sound trite, but the more understanding just between human beings that any process can bring, more humane resolution can be reached. So I think that restorative justice is exciting and developing, and I think there's a big.
So you bring some unique experience from the clerk magistrate's office. Can you talk about the most challenging case that you've encountered and how that shaped your approach to the bench in the juvenile court?
Sure. So that's a hard question to answer because it's in some ways they're all challenging, honestly. But I can speak, and I want to just be careful in terms of confidentiality, but I have a couple like real repeat offenders. And they're not bad kids. They're not violent. You know, this isn't like sexual assaults or gun cases, but they just keep coming back kind of despite all of our efforts. And what I worry about with them is that I'm not making headway and that we haven't made progress enough to help get this kid on a better path. But what I also like about them is there's been a lot of rapport developed in terms of they come in and sit down and they're like, hi, Clerk Gallant-Cote. And I'm like, hi, you know, so I think getting to know them as people is helpful. I think that's really challenging when they don't have the home support sometimes that they need, or the skill set, the coping that they need to stay on a better track. But that's again where I think diversion plays a huge role. If you can get clinical interventions, and you know, we're always trying. And I think the way it informs my approach to the bench would be you just never quit. Never quit. He's back again. We'll try something new. Back again. Try something new. And I think, you know, you just don't give up on them ever, no matter how many times they're in.
I appreciate that. And, you know, at the juvenile court, there is great impact on the direction of someone's life based on a decision from the bench. And so there's so much weight. So it's so heavy, every case that comes before the bench. We talked about, you know, repeat offenders in instances where there's a violent crime, and how you would approach that. So I'd love to have that conversation in public forum. You know, can you talk about how you would approach these cases, balancing the impact on the individual and maintaining public safety?
Sure. And I think, you know, the unfortunate reality is that there are juvenile cases that are very serious. There are youthful offender cases where there's gun violence and there's severe sexual assault and things like that, that I can't be naive to say, well, third, fourth, fifth chances, because there is absolutely a point where the impact to the victim, their safety, public safety, is an important factor that you cannot ignore. I do think that's where sentencing really comes in and can be very impactful, because there are split sentences, there are GPS options, there's probationary sentences where there can be a lot of conditions to try to balance all of the factors. But again, I do think I kind of do view DYS as a last resort, but I do view it as still a place where rehabilitation is the goal. I know we have in my court now very serious cases, and at, you know, different status hearings or VOPs, the DYS workers come in and they're just the best advocate for the child. And we hear things like they're in a HiSET program or a GED program, or they're in counseling and have really connected with their counselor and they're making progress and they're showing insight. So I think even with the most, you know, violent offenders or the most serious crimes, I think you do have to bring that public safety piece of things into the analysis more, but still with people in this age group, still with an eye towards, you know, believing that they can still make change.
My last question is, there's constantly new science, new research that's coming out around youth development, child development. How would you prioritize staying updated on the latest findings? And essentially, you know, what is your view towards professional development?
Sure. Well, I think especially in juvenile court, it is critically important because there is so much developing social science and, you know, biological science around brain development and trauma responses, the effect of trauma on future behavior. So I think that I do currently, even in the clerk role, you know, I seek out sort of academic information. We get a pretty constant stream of information from the administrative office of any new case that comes out where I see big decisions that reference things like this. I always try to look to the other sources that are cited to see what the findings were, what the science was behind it. Because I think the judge is in such a powerful position, which I take so seriously in the juvenile court, that there's more than the law in the juvenile court. There is juvenile development, trauma response, all of those things. And so I think it's a judge's obligation to stay informed. And I think you find the time and the resources and you educate yourself.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Kennedy?
I like what you said about diversion. Never giving up, because I think that's what the whole juvenile court system should be about. Just give chance after chance after chance to knock it into them that this isn't the way to live your life. So I'm gonna vote for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. So I've known you for a little while. We've definitely had a good conversation recently. I don't have a ton of questions for you. I did wanna, it's been mentioned, but we did get an enormous outpouring of positive support in the form of letters. I also got, in addition to a letter, other outreach from Judge McMenemy on your behalf, very positively and enthusiastically, Judge Nielsen as well.
Thank you.
And all that to say, I think you'll be a wonderful addition to the bench. And I know that you have colleagues ahead of you that will be very enthusiastic to welcome you into the fold. So with that, I'm going to close your hearing and congratulations again on your nomination.
Thank you so much. Thank you all so much for your time. I'm very grateful.
Thank you so much. It's a serious topic. Our nation is at war. There are American troops fighting overseas. 200 have been injured, 13 have been killed. So I'd like us to think about those folks, their families and loved ones, and to remind us of things that two former United States presidents have said. The first, Herbert Hoover, who said older men declare war, but it is youth that must fight and die. And President Abraham Lincoln, who said, there is no honorable way to kill, no gentle way to destroy. There is nothing good in war except its ending. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, team, happy Wednesday. Not wearing green. I want to note that we're here to comply with Massachusetts Constitution and general laws relative to the tabulation and certification of the votes cast in the special state election to fill a vacancy in the state Senate. And at this time, I'd like to recognize Councilor Ziegler for a motion to record certification that Vanna Howard has been elected state senator in the general court from the 1st Middlesex District.
I proudly make that motion. Thank you.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Kennedy. All in favor? Opposed? The ayes have it. Right, it is official. You don't get to do that one too often, so it's always great. I'd like to recognize Councilor Kennedy for a motion to record advice and consent to the financial warrant.
So move, Governor.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Ainella. All those in favor? Any opposed? The ayes have it. I'd like to recognize Councilor Dolan for a motion to record advice and consent for the pending list of notaries public and justices of the peace.
So moved.
Excellent. Seconded by Councilor Civil. All those in favor? Any opposed? The ayes have it. I'd now like to recognize Councilor Jacobs for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Shelley Ann Sankar to the position of Associate Justice in the District Court.
Very happy to make that motion.
Excellent. Seconded by Councilor Ziegler. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I would ask Sonia to please call the roll.
Councilor Jacobs,
Yes.
Councilor Ferriter,
Yes.
Councilor Civil,
Yes.
Councilor Dolan,
Yes.
Councilor Ainella,
Yes.
Councilor Ziegler,
Yes.
Councilor Kennedy.
Yes.
7 members voting, 7 in the affirmative. The matter carries. We also have 2 new nominations. Michelle Lichardi for the position of Associate Justice in BMC, Boston Municipal Court. Councilor Kennedy, I don't know if you have got a hearing date. Oh, yeah, April 1st, is that right, at 12:30? Just noting that for the record. And then Kristen Michaud to the position of Associate Justice in the Juvenile Court. Councilor Dolan, I understand you've also got a hearing. This one will be on the 8th at 10 a.m. Is that accurate? I'm sorry, Councilor Dolan. But yes, 8th at 10 a.m. Okay, I don't think we have any other business, so I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Motion made by Councilor Jacobs, seconded by Councilor Ferrer. All those in favor, all those opposed?
Good job, Bill. Bang, bang.
No, I.
I will chair this hearing. At this point, I'd like to introduce my fellow councilors. To my right, Councilor Joseph Ferriter. Seated next to him, Tamisha Civil. Next to her, Councilor Mara Dolan, Councilor Tara Jacobs, Councilor Terrence Kennedy, and Eunice Ziegler.
Council Eunice Ziegler, she's a council doing.
That's enough out of you. I'm gonna read a letter addressed to the council by the governor. Dear councilors, I'm pleased to nominate John Riordan to the position of Clerk Magistrate of the Stoughton District Court. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Sincerely, Maura Healy, Governor. At this point, before we hear from you, do you have any witnesses? I know you were here a short time ago, but do you have any witnesses today?
Yes, Chief Judge of the Northeast Housing Court. Mr. Porto.
Thank you. Should I,
Sure.
the chair over here? Thank you.
And he's familiar with the most important law of the land, the law of brevity?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Brevity is the
Soul of wit.
soul of wit, yes. So in that spirit, I'm Gustavo Del Puerto. I'm the first justice of the Northeast Housing Court. I'm here before this council to support and urge the approval of the nomination of Clerk Magistrate Riordan for the position that was mentioned here before. To be brief, I've been able to observe Clerk Magistrate Riordan in executing his duties as a clerk magistrate. He's done so admirably. Came from the outside, meaning that he came from outside the trial court. He's embraced substantive knowledge that is required of the position. He leads by example. He's shown that he determines it's very important that an office be a place where people are happy to come to work. He's shown that he will be a phenomenal clerk magistrate for the Stoughton District Court because he's shown that he has been a phenomenal clerk magistrate in the housing court. So I urge the council to approve the nomination once the time comes to vote. So if there are no questions, I'll step.
Thank you, Your Honor. That was great.
Thank you.
Here. I'll stay here.
Sit there, you can go back, either way.
I'll stay here.
Thank you, Judge.
At this point, that will conclude your witnesses that are going to speak on your behalf.
Yes.
Is there anyone here in opposition? There being no one in opposition, we'll hear from the nominee. We'll hear from you, Mr. Riordan.
I am humbled and honored to be nominated as the Clerk Magistrate for the Stoughton District Court. Thank you for that speech. I want to thank Governor Healy and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll for the nomination. I want to thank Chief Legal Counsel Jesse Boudou, Deputy Legal Counsel Dara Kesselheim, Program Coordinator Kimberly Baptiste, and Sonia Altamirano, and the other staff at the Governor's Council. Thank you, Governor's Councilors, for your hard work in vetting candidates like myself. I have been truly honored over the last year to serve as the Clerk Magistrate of the Northeast Housing Court. Before I delve into the happenings since the time I have been serving as the Clerk Magistrate of the Northeast Housing Court, I would like to share with you a little bit about my background. I have always felt that life experiences of a nominee are important for you to know, as those life experiences help determine the character of an individual. Character shows how a person will interact with court personnel, how they will manage court personnel, how the person will interact with the public. Growing up in Brockton and overcoming obstacles many of us from large families faced has helped me understand people from all backgrounds. Because of my life experiences, I understand the importance of treating all people who come to the court with respect and impartiality. My dealing with the public started at a young age when I worked with my siblings and my mother at the Brockton Flower Shop. And I tell you, the hours were very long during the holidays. The importance of respectfulness and courteousness was paramount for the ability to sell flowers. I attended Brockton Public Schools and graduated from Brockton High School, UMass Amherst, and New England Law. Both my sons graduated from Marshfield High School. Jack went on to graduate from the College of the Holy Cross, and Colin from the Eisenberg School of Business at UMass Amherst. Like my father from World War II, I wore the uniform of the United States Navy. After being commissioned as a naval intelligence officer, I was fortunate to serve in South America and the Middle East. Serving abroad was an eye-opening experience. I began my legal career as an assistant district attorney. I went on to serve as a trial attorney at Liberty Mutual, defending a broad spectrum of cases. Although I was giving back to my country through my military service, I wanted to specifically give back to the city of Brockton, where I grew up. Self and others saw the need for a safe place for children to be after school. We launched a concerted effort to start the Boys and Girls Club of Brockton. I eventually became the president of the Boys and Girls Club, and we were able to acquire an old armory building in Brockton where the present club stands today. Even after leaving as president of the Brockton Boys and Girls Club, I continued my community service. As I would drive to work, I would notice children at bus stops without coats and backpacks. This prompted me to start the Mochila Project, which brought backpacks and coats to the children of Brockton. In Spanish, mochila means backpack. I was honored to receive the Massachusetts Community Bar Association's Community Service Award. As a trial attorney, I was in the district courts weekly handling all types of cases: mental health cases, criminal cases, civil cases, magistrate hearings, probable cause hearings, motions to suppress, and even small claims. Many of my cases were in Stoughton. My office was located in the adjacent community. I have promised my friends at the Northeast Housing Court, who are here today, that I might be fortunate enough to be appointed as the clerk magistrate of Stoughton, but my heart and my special relationships that we have developed with you will not be forgotten. I enjoy assisting people who come to the front counter of the housing court in the Northeast Housing Court. I feel that the best way to learn is by experience. The best way to lead is by example. I firmly believe that a productive clerk's office is when my colleagues come to work and they like coming to work. I have focused on continuing to make the workplace a happy place. I understand that people have lives outside the court. In the morning when I arrive, it's not uncommon for me to be found speaking to the custodial staff before I proceed to the clerk's office. I also believe it's important to interact with the community and stakeholders in the community. We are in the incipient stages of networking with local colleges to establish an internship program for students who are in the school. We've also reached out to establishing an internship program with the Autism Higher Education Foundation, where people in high school are matched with portions of job descriptions according to their capabilities. I am who I am today because of my Brockton roots, my parents, my siblings, my friends, my co-workers, my children, and my wife. All of these people, especially my wife, have taught me humility and the importance of helping the less fortunate. If I'm so fortunate to be the Stoughton Court Magistrate, I will continue to be fair and impartial. I will treat all people who come to the court with respect and to develop additional friends in Stoughton like I have done in the Northeast Housing Court. Thank you for inviting me here today, and I'd ask you to confirm my nomination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before the councilors have questions of you, is there anyone you'd like to introduce, your family?
Sure.
If you have some distinguished people. Friends,
We'll
whatever.
introduce them all. I'd like to start down here.
I'm trying to help you out just in case you didn't remember the names.
That happens. So the gentleman at the end here is a very unique individual. I've only known him a short time, but he took my wife to the senior prom at BC. He's the clerk magistrate of West Roxbury, Sean Murphy. Incredible individual. Eric Donovan, great friend, clerk magistrate of Brockton. Paul Fulham, great guy, clerk magistrate of Hingham. Chief Justice of the Housing Court, Judge Warren. George over here. Gazi, I know you know some, that's all. I'm sorry, Deputy Court Administrator. Narlene Mate, an incredible individual. She runs the Salem Division of the Housing Court, a young attorney, incredible management skills. John Goggins, another credible individual. He's the first assistant in Worcester. And I remember him when he was a great trial attorney, practice, and he's just a good first assistant. We have Sabrina here, who's an incredible individual, goes to law school nights, is a case specialist in the Lawrence Housing Court, always on time, great personality. And of course, we have the most important in my life other than my children, my wife. And this individual over here, incredible, and is Wanda Gonzalez. Wanda was, from the beginning, when the Northeast Housing Court opened up, Wanda ran the housing court. She's operations supervisor, an incredible personality, really treats people respectful, just an incredible person. Great. Brady's saying that because she is she's an incredibly nice person. She runs the accounts payable in the Northeast Housing Court. And if you had, every court should have a Brady. She is so smiley, always brings a laugh to everybody's face. An incredible individual. And we have Chris Wicked here, a longtime friend of mine, trial attorney. And over here, we have Rita Mendez, state representative, Representative Reyes, and Jonathan Moriarty practices law. Of course, we have Kimberly Baptiste. We have Ambassador Claire Cronin, a friend of mine from high school. Jesse Boodoo. We have my brother Ted, who practices basic criminal law. And my son Colin, my son Jack, Judge Adienka, and of course, Still Porto.
Thank you. At this time, any of the councilors have questions? I'll go to Councilor Joseph Ferriter first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've known each other for a long time and your reputation precedes you. What I didn't know about you until I actually read your resume today is that you were a lieutenant commander in the Navy and part of a SEAL team, which is remarkable. And the fact that you never told anyone is like, well, so thank you for your service. You have a great reputation. You've been a great clerk at the housing court. You've been a wonderful clerk, so, and you certainly have my support next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Civil.
I have no questions. However, I want to thank you for your service and thank you for all the work that you have done within the Brockton and the other surrounding communities. And I wish you well.
Councilor, how's it going so far? Councilor Mara Dolan.
Well, you know what I'm gonna say, because when we spoke on the phone, I said you're my favorite. I don't have any questions for you. So I know you're gonna be terrific, and I do thank you for your service, and they're gonna be lucky to have you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Terrence Kennedy.
Didn't we just do this like a week ago? I think the statement's the same. I think you changed one. But obviously, we already vetted you. We know how good you are. You did a great job there. You do a great job in this building. I'm awesome.
So far, so good. Councilor Jacobs.
That face. Hi. I appreciated our conversation and hearing about all the good work you've been doing in your time at the housing court, and appreciation for the staff and the morale and administrative side. I don't have any questions for you today, and I think you've demonstrated you understand the clerk's role and how to be effective. So
thank you. Let's see if we can run the table. Councilor Ziegler.
Uh-oh.
Congratulations.
That's good enough.
I always have questions. I just have one question for you. It's clear that you have the experience. It's clear that you've done an amazing job. The way that you lead your team is commendable. What do you feel are the most pressing issues facing the Stoughton Court, and what would be the first few projects that you'd be looking to implement as clerk magistrate?
Stoughton has undergone a tremendous change in the people that come before the court. I've noticed that there are no Spanish speakers in that court, and if there's an opening there, I'm gonna move to try to hire a Spanish speaker to serve the public better. That's a critical issue. Having a live person to interpret is always better than having someone on the phone. I think that's one of the immediate issues, but it was a well-run court, and I was left in good hands for me.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I look forward to supporting you. No further questions.
Very good. Thank you. I don't have any questions. I want to thank all the people who came here today. You've done a great job in the housing court. You're going to do a great job at Stoughton. So like I said, I have no questions. And when your name comes before the council, I'll submit your name, and I'm sure you get the sense that you're going to do very well. Thank you, everybody.
Good job, Chairman. Great job.